All right. Enabled.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the
That'd be nice to have an 1800 viewer raid.
nevermore. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy
saved.
form from off my door. Quoth the raven, take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth
Capital
the
R will look better.
raven,
Okay.
nevermore.
So no, I never get the raid alerts, but it's kind of there now. Try it once again. And let me just hide my screen for a second, double check that these are the same. Yep. Okay. That looks good. Okay, there you go. So last time I attempted to code the Cyclone, I spent like an hour on stream playing with the Cyclone bug. And I concluded that there was no way to break your bugged Cyclone out of it. Is this your bugged Cyclone couldn't attack, period, unless the phantom unit it was targeted to died. So I tried, when the Cyclone gets bugged and it thinks it's locked onto something, I tried, attacking something else. That doesn't work. I tried locking onto something else, but the ability is not available. I tried putting it inside a medevac and taking it out. That didn't snap it out of the lock. But there is a, even though I was playing with it for an hour, there's a very obvious way to fix a bug Cyclone that thinks it's locked onto something when it actually isn't. And yeah, you can see it right now. Hint is it's kind of hidden behind this bottom bar. But I can't believe I missed this. If I just play for a second. Do you see it? Right here. You can cancel the ability. Never even occurred to me an hour of playing with this thing to use the cancel. So that means, it's still on David Kim to fix this bug Cyclone, but my bot should be able to detect when the Cyclone's bugged, and I should be able to snap it out of it by simply hitting escape or whatever the cancel action is.
Take thy beak from out my heart.
How do you know when to
and
cancel it?
take
Well, my
thy
bot will know
form
what it's
from off my door. Quoth the raven.
Hey,
Nevermore.
Agent Cooper. Thanks for the sub.
Ketrock, thanks for all the entertainment throughout the years.
Mm-hmm. And years is correct. It's been going on for a while now. Getting old. Right, so obviously my bot has to keep track of what it's locked onto. Because you want to like maintain that leash, so you want to stay within 9 range of it. So, you know, if I notice that what I'm locked onto is like in the fog of war, or I can't see it, or it's more than 9 range away, but my Cyclone still thinks it's locked on, that's the bug scenario. So I'll just need to check, you know, is my lock on target outside of range or not visible? And does my Cyclone still not have the lock on ability available? So if those two things are true, then I need to just hit escape and snap it out. Which I believe is just a cancel ability or something. Alright, so we can't blame all this stuff on David Kim here. Unfortunately, the hotkey for this Zoom is also an important OBS hotkey. I think it'll start recording, so don't want to press that. Okay, I think that's more or less visible now. So yeah, I can't fix the Cyclone itself, but I can do something for unlock target at range or not visible. Cell range not visible and Cyclone still locked on. Then manually cancel the lock. I think the other thing I need to do with this build incorporate things when AA is needed. I don't think Mass Cyclone alone can deal with like Mass Carrier or something like that. I think we're going to have to add in Vikings. Brood Lords would be an issue as well. Basically, I think I need to look at the build in general, because I just kind of threw it together on that stream about a month ago. Alright, so let's try this one. And I think the first thing I want to do is try to identify this scenario. See if we can actually identify a bugged Cyclone. And we'll run some games and see if we can get that scenario to pop up. So is lock bugged? So we need some sort of method to figure that out. So let's see what we got here. Some of this code might be out of date because it's kind of from the old version of the Cyclone. So I do have a method for is locked on. So have I assigned a locked target? Is that target alive? Does that target have the lock on buff? That's like the little symbol you see on the command card. Can I still see it? Yeah, I guess visible is if I can see it, and unit stats being up to date would be if it's like in the fog of war. You know, if it's like on the high ground, you can still see it, but it's not. You can't see stats on it. In that case, it would have broken. And the distance is less than or equal to 10. That's now 9. Why 10? Oh, including the unit radius of the 2 targets. Yeah, that's fine. 10's fine. Depends on what I'm locked on to, how fat the radius is, but no, wait a minute. Distance between the targets. Subtract both the radiuses. No, that should equal exactly 9. So I think I didn't know what the leash range was when I wrote this. Let's make sure I don't have 10 in here anywhere else. Okay. Okay, so I think this method works. So a bugged cyclone would simply be if I'm not locked on according to this. Oh. Yeah, so all these things have to be true. So even though it's bugged out, this will still be true. My target, even if it's really far away, will still have the lock-on buff. But all these things have to be true for it to be considered locked on. So yeah, this is still fine. So if I'm not locked on, but I also can't use the ability. My unit abilities is ability available for this unit. Is that taken? Unit, okay. And we're looking for the abilities of lock-on. I think that's the right one. Yeah, if I'm using it throughout this method, that's the right one. Effect lock-on, okay. So if by looking at the screen, I'm not locked on, but looking at my abilities, I am locked on. Oh wait, it won't be available. Not, okay. Yeah, so if looking at the screen, I'm not locked on, but looking at my abilities, lock-on's not available, then I must be in that bugged state. Okay, then let's just throw it into the on step here. Temporary bugged cyclone test. Autocast target filters have to be the same as the target filters. Autocast target filters. I believe you, I just don't follow what that means. Must be some internals you're talking about in the game. Yeah, so the lock-on ability definitely has an autocast. If you A-move it, auto locks. And the units they filter by for that is different than the targeting filter, just the basic targeting filters, I guess. I don't know. The one thing I've noticed with what causes the bug is that whenever, it doesn't happen every time, but every time it does happen, this is true. The lock is broken while still within the 9 range. So there's many ways you can break the lock within 9 range, like burrowing a unit, cloaking a unit, losing high ground vision, picking it up in a warp prism. So every time the bug happens, one of those things has happened within the 9 range. But most of the time you do those things, it doesn't cause the bug. So I'm not sure what the extra factor is that causes the bug. Okay, so I wonder if the community's actually fixed that in the the patch map, and whether, because usually they fix all the things that are broken. Is this known if Blizzard actually implements it for us? What was it again? Is bugged? Is lock bugged? Okay. So if it's locked bug, then let's just let's highlight it. Let's highlight the units and some junk line of code. And we'll throw a breakpoint here. So if it detects a bugged cyclone, it's going to draw a little square over the cyclone so I can see it in the game. And then it's going to stop the game at that point. Or pause the game at that point. Okay, let's launch the game then. Let's find debug, yes. I want real time off. Real time false. Okay, good. All right, so let's let the game run. In the meantime, we can this may not be where I want this code, but we could actually fix the bug here. So fixing the bug would be easy enough. It would just be giving a cancel command to the cyclone. So if it's bugged, then what just happened? Null pointer exception. Oh, I added in hurricane thrusters. I finally got added that to the API. But I guess I missed something. Update bank. Get unit cost. Bot to ability map. Or ability to unit type. Where does this thing get populated? Here. What is this map anyways? Abilities to unit type map. So the ability would be hyperflight routers, and the unit type would be Cyclone? I gotta see what this... I can't even remember what this map does. Let's get rid of that. Take a peek inside this thing, see what's going on. Okay, so the unit type is Overlord, the ability is Train Overlord. Okay, so it's mapping the actual units with the ability to train the unit, I think. So how does it work for upgrades? Upgrade would be like a research command, right? Build and train. So there is no research stuff in here. So this, why is this even relevant? Let me go back and see what it actually blew up on again. Actually, I guess we can just wait till it blows up again. Isn't there like a breakpoint on any exception? Yeah, let's do that. So when it gets to the Hurricane Cyclone upgrade, it's probably going to blow up again. We'll try to see why. I think I react to the first. And then this one will get the tech lab. There we go. I think it blew up. So maybe I'm not supposed to do this. Let me see how I do it when I research other stuff. Oh, I see what I'm doing. That's why I don't do it. So I'm just adding it to the queue of things I want to purchase. I haven't actually purchased it yet, so I shouldn't update the bank. Okay, that should be easy enough. This is one line, I don't need this. Okay. That invulnerable, hidden, stasis, and self. All these are what the autocast of lock-on targets. But the actual lock-on doesn't target. Autocast is 6.5 range, lock-on is 6 range. Could it be that one of those filters includes units you can't actually lock onto? Like a unit that like a snapshot on the high ground, or a unit that's inside a medevac, or a unit that's burrowed. But you're not even aware of units that are burrowed. Like what you're saying makes sense to me, but it also doesn't connect with what I've noticed, which is that the fact that it only happens when the lock-on is broken within 9 range. There is a chance it's already been fixed, and it's just not been implemented on the ladder yet. Because it's not like Blizzard made this new Cyclone. The new Cyclone was made in the map editor by the Balance Council or whatever. Oh. Looks like we already got one. This one here. I got the old command card. How do I... So according to my bot, it says this one's broken. Maybe as soon as it kills a target, there is a period of time where you can't lock on again. Let's look at what the lock-on target is currently for this unit. It says it's locked on to a Zergling. That has 25 health. The Zergling at 25 health. These are all full hit points. I can't click anything because it's locked. So maybe that Zergling just died this frame. Maybe it just got hit by a couple of missiles. Or maybe it ran into the fog and I've lost track of it. Let's see what if it fixes itself. Now it's saying this one's broken. Let's bring this up, move this to the side. Okay, they all fix themselves. So I think as soon as you kill a target, there's a period of time where you can't lock on again. So I need to account for that. Or maybe when you lock onto a new target, there's a period of time where the target's not set, but it's the ability's active. That could be it too. Let's do this a little differently then. Maybe we remember when we lost last target, and then we put a period of time on it. So if I've been phantom locked for like 1 second, then cancel out of it, something like that. So how would we do that? Something like, okay, if my lock-on ability is not available, and I lost my lock target more than 1 second ago. Something like that. Because it looks like there's periods of time where the ability is not available. Probably after you kill a unit, you can't like very next frame lock onto something else. Because the thing does spin quickly, I think. So it probably is some set cooldown. It's just like a 1 second cooldown or something. So then I need to track whenever I lose a target then. So I'm gonna need some sort of variable for last target loss frame. Not target. Last lock broken frame, something like that. I think here I can do it. So whenever I remove the lock target, I'll set that value. And then I just need to check this here. And time is after that. Say 1 second, which is 22 frames. Okay, so if I don't have lock-on ability available, I still need to make sure I'm not currently locked on. Okay, so if my lock-on's not available, I don't have a lock target, and it's been at least 1 second since I last broke the target lock. Then I'm considered bugged. Let's try that one out. I did notice something in this method too. This is probably important as well. Because the lock-on ability is also not available if I'm currently trying to lock on to something. So let's make sure I don't have the order. So the ability is not available. I'm not currently executing the ability. I don't have a lock target, and it's been at least 1 second since my previous lock target broke. Okay, I think I like that. Let's give that a shot. So as we wait to see if we can find a bugged cyclone scenario. Well, I guess this will also be a good test to see how often this bug cyclo thing happens. Because no one really knows. If you're microwaving 5 cyclones and 4 of them are locked on and one of them's bugged, you probably don't even notice as a human player. Alright, so let's fix the bug when it's in that scenario. So all we need to do when we're bugged out is execute the cancel ability. So action helper dot unit command this unit abilities dot cancel. Ooh, there's lots of cancel commands. I assume it's just basic cancel. That's got to be the escape command, right? Some of these are probably to do with like when you have things queued up. Okay. Anyways, looks like we found a bug scenario. Let's see what's going on. Does look like it could have happened because I just lost high ground vision. That is one of the scenarios, I think. And it says this cyclone here. Let's see if it's actually, if it fixes itself or if it's actually, because if it fixes itself, I probably defined it wrong. If it stays, if it keeps being highlighted as I go from frame to frame. Oh, it looks like, okay, so I'm still not defining it correctly. Yeah, so it looks like I just killed a unit and then my bot thinks that everything, they all have the lock-on bug. Why? Is my ability... Okay, let's say I just killed a Zergling, okay? Is the ability not available? Probably. Am I not locked on? Yeah, that's true. Do I currently have a lock-on order? No, so that's true. So this is the issue. This last thing I did. It's time after last lost broken frame. Plus 22. Oh, you know what it probably is. Yeah, I need to remove the lock target before I run this code. Let's do that here. This line of code needs to run first. Otherwise, on the exact frame that I kill the Zergling, it'll think it's got that bug. I hate when order of code matters, because then it gets really easy to write code that doesn't work. Okay, anyways. Everything I need here is that's not a queued up command. I think that's it. Fixes bug. So since I gave a unit command for this frame, I don't want to do any more actions for this cyclone. I'm not actually sure what happens if you give a unit 2 commands on the same frame, but I don't want to find out. Let's just always cancel. Let's just always return when we actually give a command to the SC2 client. What else do I want to do with this cyclone? See if this works. I need to structure the code a little bit better, but I think I'm basically done. So that leaves... Yeah, I want to just auto attack structures. When I lock onto like a hatchery, then a bunch of roaches arrive, and I can't lock onto the roaches. That actually does not go well for my cyclones. So I'd rather just A-move, or just attack the structures. And Cyclone's basic attack is the exact same DPS as their lock on now. You know, they just can't kite and attack while moving. It's the only disadvantages of the attack move. Definitely don't want to lock onto eggs anymore. Don't enter splash damage to acquire a lock. Yeah, notice my Cyclones are obviously willing to enter damage range to acquire a lock, which makes sense. But they shouldn't be like running into a, you know, like a corruptor's bile or something, or running into a storm or something that will just like instantly kill it. There's something weird going on with repair in general. More awareness of high ground snapshots. Yeah. Whenever I'm like sitting on the low ground and the opponent's on the high ground, my Cyclones keep wanting to acquire a lock, so they'll run up the ramp, acquire a lock, then they kite back and they lose their vision, so I need to make them smarter when they're facing an army that has high ground and I don't have vision. But in the meantime, we have not created that bug yet. Maybe, let's make it so my bot doesn't make ravens. That way I won't get high ground vision and I won't get burrow detection. Where would that be? Army manager, build manager. Oh, I know about this bug. So I'm trying to speed mine to a mineral patch when the mineral patch just died, or the mineral patch just expired, ran out of minerals. It's not a big bug. It fixes itself after half a second. Okay, what was I doing? No more air units. A cyclone. That purchases the starport itself. Train starport units is probably the one. Yeah, let's just comment this one out. And back in the day, if you locked on 15 cyclones to the same Ultralisk, that Ultralisk would just like instantly die. Let's just breakpoint and check all these cyclones. Make sure none of them are bugged out at the moment. So I'm looking for one that has a cancel tag here, or cancel command, because then I know that it thinks it's locked on. Yeah, nothing's bugged at the moment, so that's good. That means our detection code still might be correct. These are locked on, but that's because they're actually locked on to something. Something that's very dead. So yeah, let's restart without the starport units. I think without ravens, it's more likely to cause this bug scenario. Last week we got to talk a young developer through asynchronous messaging bug. Yeah, I mean, most of my career as a dev, because I took like more than a decade off, was building applications that are all single threaded. So now is a different time where there's like multiple threads of code going at the same time. Luckily, most frameworks make it so you don't even have to think about it too much. But yeah, I've certainly run into some writing errors that that took me a while to get past. Not with this bot, but at work. All right, let's move this code to the right place. Oh, I don't even have a breakpoint. Oops. It's never gonna find a bug cyclone if I don't actually breakpoint there. So probably just throwing in its own method to begin with. No, actually, this probably doesn't belong in its own method. Let's keep it simple. Set target lock, visualize. Trying to lock on. I think right where it is perfect. Maybe these can go afterwards. That's fine. We'll keep it where it is. We'll just get rid of all this junk code that we don't need. I'm just not sure if it'll affect the breakpoints if I delete it now, so leave it where it is. Alright, so we are fighting. We don't have ravens. So the question is, how common is this bug? I did notice it in that one replay, but maybe that's the only replay that had it? I don't know. It's pretty strong, at least against the built-in AI, this build. Because I'm actually destroying some of my own Cyclones every minute, and then building extra roaches and overlords for my opponent. And it's the cheater insane AI. It still looks like we're stomping him. I'm really hoping this build will be my, like, beat the human players build. I feel like god tier Cyclone Micro from bots can maybe be enough to beat the, the smarter game decisions of human players. Yeah, I can't believe how long Ultralists live. I mean, they're only living for seconds, but still. 1,000,000 3/3 Cyclones all locked onto the same Ultra, and they actually stay around for quite a while. It's very different from the old Cyclone. So here's a question. Why was my bot not attacking? You're maxed out on Cyclones. Isn't that... I have to look to see what my trigger is for when to go on the offense and not. Like, this could make sense, you know, defending a new base as I'm establishing it. But once this is a PF, will it attack on its own or no? It's funny, like, I blew up half my Cyclones. And that was instantly a 200 supply again. I'm like, man, I must be able to produce a lot of Cyclones at once. It's like, yep. That's a lot of factories. So once this becomes a PF, I should breakpoint again and see why it's not attacking. Well, it's hard to tell now, because as soon as the PF finishes, I got hit by the Zerg. It's a good thing he unbrows the lurkers himself, because otherwise they would never die. I don't think my bot scans for lurkers, and I'm not making any ravens because of that little fix I did. Or not fix, but change I made. Yeah, so let's breakpoint here. My bot is 200 supply. Every base is a planetary. Nothing needs to be defended. Why aren't I attacking? Army manager. Oh, I wanted at least one Raven. I wanted ravens, that's why. No, maybe not. Hang on. I'm using Cyclones. The number of Cyclones plus the number of tanks plus the number of Banshees plus the number of Ravens have to be greater than 5. Well, that's true. And I have at least one Banshee, one Viking, or one Raven. That's the issue. Okay, so it's just because I turned off my Raven that they're not attacking. So we'll temporarily get rid of that. So now I'll just attack whenever I have at least 5 units. Which is actually really bad logic, but whatever. We'll go with it. So what if I have 5 units and my opponent is maxed out? I probably shouldn't be going on offense. Is developing just a hobby? That's my full-time job. I mean, not this bot, obviously, but developing in general. However, this bot's made me a little bit of money because there's tournaments that there's a competitive bot scene. And there's tournaments that run that have prize money. And I've won 2 tournaments with this bot and placed highly in some other ones. What's going on? Oh, that breakpoint I never got rid of. Army supply versus elapsed time in game. Yeah, I mean, I also keep track of all my opponent's units, so I should also base it on like how much army supply I know about from my enemy. And if he has a lot more army supply than I think, then I'll go attack, see that he has more army supply, and then that'll probably trigger my bot to go back to defense again, which I think is fine. I mean, if I'm attacking with tanks or something immobile, it won't be good, but it's not. It would still be way better logic than what I have right now. One of my biggest pet peeves in SC2 is how people measure um, army strength by supply. Because they're always like, whenever you see casters, like, oh, he's at 40 supply. Oh, but it's mostly roaches, so that means less. And well, this guy has some gas heavy armies, so that means it's worth more. And it's like, why don't you just look at army value? The only reason we look at army supply is because that was the only option that was available in Brood War. They didn't have the good replay interface like we have now. Oh, I think it just happened. We just lost high ground vision. It looks like it's bugged here. Like if every SC2 cast, instead of they said, you know, this guy is an 80 supply army, this guy's a 50 supply army, instead they said this guy's army is worth 5,000 and this guy's army is worth 4,000. So much more accurate. And that's all available in replay interfaces. Okay, which one is it? The one that's highlighted with the box. Oh, it's not here. Where is it then? This guy. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. He was probably locked onto one of these guys. He just lost vision. Okay, we may have finally got a bugged Cyclone scenario. So let's go to the next game frame and see if it stays bugged. No, it doesn't. So I identified it wrong. Again. Not the end of the world. It means I tried to cancel the lock on that it's going to be canceled anyways because I lost high ground vision. It's probably some edge case, like on the exact frame I lose vision of it. You know, I don't have the vision, but the lock on still exists. I think we need to give our opponent some more buffs because he's not holding up very well. Oh, it happened again. As I'm saying that. This guy. Is not locked on to anything. Like the lock on is activated, but there's no line coming from him. So let's see what's going on right now. This lock target is nothing. Okay, so I remove the lock because, double check this code, because it's not locked on. Okay, I guess we check to see if it's going to fix itself in the next game frame or whether it's bugged. F9. No. It's not bugged. I guess on the frame it kills the unit or something. So there's gotta be some sort of edge case to last for just one frame. Before this game ends, let me just double check all the Cyclones, see if any of them are bugged at the moment. Actually, none of them would be bugged because once you kill the unit, it unbugs the Cyclone, and we've killed every unit he has. Let's run this again. Let's give our opponent some more help, though. Debug. What are we giving him? We're giving him an Overlord, 2 Hydras, and a Roach every minute. Let's double that. Let's give him 4 Hydras and 2 Roaches every minute. Start at the 5-minute mark in the game. And we'll destroy more of our own Cyclones. So every minute we'll destroy a third of our Cyclones. Yeah, so the API created by DeepMind and Blizzard uses protobuf, so that's been converted into basically every programming language has an API. The best ones are probably Python, and probably after that, like C#. Just because they put a lot of work into those APIs, and there's lots of samples and lots of bot authors to ask from, tutorials and stuff. But name a language is probably, we probably have an API for it. Like Go, Rust, C++, even like Zig, Haskell, as well as all the main languages. Python's definitely the most popular though. Oh man, this change to make my bot attack sooner is like destroying the opponent. Let's give him even more help. I'll start giving him free units at the 3-minute mark in the game. And let's give him like 6 Hydras and 5 Roaches and 2 Overlords to cover that. Okay, let's run again. Let's start working on the next stuff for the Cyclone. I'll just keep these games running in the background, see if I can find a bugged Cyclone scenario. So this is basically done. Don't lock on. I think this one we can do quickly, probably the egg one. Don't lock on to eggs and possibly don't attack them either. So I think, if I remember right, in the Cyclone I had some sort of target stuff here. I never wanted to lock onto an egg. Or larva. Locking onto broodlings. Yeah, you kind of want to kite backwards when you blow up a structure. Changelings, it's fine. I'll have to see how the auto attack code works too. I think right now I have it turned off. Yeah, I don't think I want to ever lock onto changelings. I can attack move them as long as the code works for that. Locusts, workers, drones, probes, mules. So soft lock type, if I remember correctly, is like stuff I will lock onto if nothing else better is nearby. Because I think back in the day, Cyclones, you really wanted to target the armored units. Right, if I don't want to lock onto these, then these need to be added to the other list. Anything that's not on either of these lists will be, I guess, hard lock targets.
Target acquired.
Which means they'll just be prioritized. So I'm never locking onto these. What else do I not want to lock onto? Some of the things in the game show up as units too, which are kind of dumb. Like the grenade from a Reaper is a unit. Disruptor Ball is a unit. I guess that makes more sense because you can control it. And a Depth Shade is a unit. Parasitic Bomb that's attached to unit and then that unit dies, but the Parasitic Bomb just sits in the air. That's attached to a dummy unit. So these are all things that you have to work around. Because obviously you don't want to attack like a dummy Parasitic Bomb unit. So lock onto a Broodling unless there's a better option. Just notice this changeling was here too. Right, changeling, never mind. Oh, I never removed these, that's why, okay. I'm not sure about lock on locusts. They do like more damage than most units, but they're temporary. So you'd really kind of prefer to lock on to say like a roach if there's a roach and a locust. But locust does like double the DPS of a roach, so I guess it all kind of depends. Yeah, I kind of agree not to lock onto workers, I think. Especially if he's defending with workers. Like if he charges you with drones and roaches, you probably want to lock onto the roaches. But if he's charging you with only drones, then lock onto the drones. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. We did hit that bug scenario. I'm just going to go ahead and F9, see if it shows up in the next frame or not. It doesn't. So yeah, it's not or false positive. Okay, so what was I actually trying to do? Not lock onto eggs, right? Yeah, so that's done. It's in the never lock target camp. Let's put it back for now. I do want to look at the auto attacking code. So for this and for this, work on that next. Looks like the additional help we gave the Zerg is helping. He's not dying at the beginning of the game anymore. We may have given him too much help, but now I might lose to the Zerg, but that's fine as well. I wonder if it's possible to give the Zerg burrow programmatically, and if the AI would even use burrow or not if I gave it to him. Let me just breakpoint and check all the cyclones, see if any of them are bugged. The other thing is maybe I'm not capturing the bugged cyclones. These all looked locked on. So does that one. Do any of these think they're locked on? So it looks like this is a fairly rare bug because I'm not duplicating it easily. Yeah, I mean, you can try to make your bot run with multiple threads. There's, I think, on AI Arena, they give you 2 cores for your bot. Like, I think they run it on a 6-core machine, 2 for each bot and 2 for the SC2 client. Or 1 for each SC2 client, I should say. But there was another Java author who attempted to do it, and he had crashes that seemed like it wasn't a good idea to try to multi-thread your bot. But it would be nice to have like calculations running in the background that aren't related to, each game frame of the game itself. Because sometimes calculations take a long time, so you don't want to do it like during the game frame and be falling behind and not getting actions out in time. but it'd be nice to have it running in the background and constantly like updating libraries and stuff for you, dictionaries, whatever. Right, F9, let that keep going. All right, let's get back to, oh, there bugged Cyclone, and it fixed itself, so that's not a bug. Right, auto attacking. Okay, so yeah, I definitely want to start auto attacking structures. I've seen games where like all my Cyclones lock onto a hatchery, then roaches arrive, and then it just doesn't go well there. So things I don't need to lock onto, I'd rather auto attack. So let's just bring this map back for now. Not sure what it was used for, but we can take a look at it. And I think there's some code I turned off here. What does this do? And a method here. Right, so if I don't have a lock target and the weapon's available, and I didn't find a lock previously, they're not currently attacking, then I find an auto attack target. So how do I do that? So a lot of this is to do with the old Cyclone where there's long periods of time where you're off cooldown. So I don't think I'll ever actually want to auto attack a Roach or an Archon, right? Because I can just lock onto these things. So it's specifically going to be for structures. So what was this? Auto attack when unsafe. So this is like kiting backwards against these things. So I don't think I'll ever want to do this. I'll just always lock onto these. So this method's probably going to completely change. If unsafe, attack fast units and consider them during. Yeah, this is going to completely change. I think I might just need this. Definitely not doing that anymore. Get enemy targets in range. What is this doing? Getting everything that's in range of the Cyclone that's not a Roach, Archon, or Ultralisk. Or it's a Roach, Archon, or Ultralisk that can be one shot. And don't know what that was doing. Let's just let's just get all the targets in range. Start with that. Oops. Okay, I don't think I want to reuse any of this code. What do I actually want to do? So I do all the lock-on logic, and if I get past all that and there's nothing to do in terms of locks, then I want to auto attack. How's that game going? Oh, it's still going on. Nice. I might end up losing this game actually, probably. Uh, uh, what is happening in this game? What are these SCVs doing? I have no idea what's happening here. What is special about this place? I can't even like come up with a guess. All right, let's diverge a little bit and see what's happening with these SCVs. Let's take a look and see what's in the unit micro list right now. Just Cyclones and tanks, so they're not like attacking SCVs or anything or repairing SCVs. So those SCVs think they're mining? Is that what's happening? One, two, three. It's probably maybe something to do with the third base. Oops. There's just 2 mineral patches at the third. Is that true? It is. What are those marking? I have no idea. Don't have a fifth base. Is that true? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hmm. All these distance mining mineral patches don't have any SCVs attached to them. I don't know. Outside the scope of this session. Let's start another game. Looks like this one's more or less over. I don't think we're going to be able to recreate that cyclone bug scenario. Either I'm not detecting it properly in the code, or it's a rare bug. I think it's a rare bug, which I guess is good news as an SC2 player. All right, what are we doing? We're auto attacking, right? So okay, so lock on stuff, and then we get to the basic attack. So what do we want to do with the basic attack? Yeah, I do it when I don't have a lock on targets. I need to be off cooldown. All right, weapons off cooldown is on the process of attacking. So I think it's just this method I need to write. So basically, I think I want to attack any structure in range. That can't attack. I think anything like that is worth not locking onto. So I'll still lock onto like a cannon or missile turret or something, but I'm not going to lock onto like a nexus or a pylon. Just auto attack it. Maybe an overcharged battery I should lock onto as well, now to think about it. So let's give a filter to this. So it's a structure. And it can't attack. This is not right. I think once I get to this point in the code, I just want to attack anything. The point is, earlier in the code, I don't want to lock onto those structures. So it's more about the lock-on code I need to fix. And also, I don't want to attack, auto attack if I'm unsafe. So let's do this after. Here. Run away if I'm unsafe first. If I'm safe, then I'll auto attack. Okay, so it's more about establishing the lock. Set lock target. This is where the code gets messy. Oh, I know what my SCVs are doing in the previous game. That's probably the last place they saw where a lurker existed. And maybe even there's still a lurker there. So they all wanted to distance mine, but they kept running away because they know that the lurker's there. Or at least they think a lurker's there. Because I don't have any ravens, lurkers are like a permanent issue for this bot at the moment. Because I turned the ravens off. It's a special case for tempests. It looks like it looks for a hard lock, and then it looks for a soft lock. So I think this I'm just going to put in its own method. What's the hotkey for that? Control Alt M. Yeah. And then as well as looking at that list, I want to exclude structures that can't attack. All right, so if it's in that list or if it's a structure that can't attack, then I also don't attack. Then I also don't lock onto it. And then I guess I should lock onto shield batteries.
Target acquired.
Any shield battery or just an overcharged one? I guess any shield battery we'll lock onto. I mean, a dried out shield battery doesn't seem like a good thing to lock onto, but we'll keep it simple. We'll just lock onto any shield battery. So if it's a structure that can't attack or it's a shield battery, or get type equals instead shield battery. So any other exceptions? I don't want to lock onto structures unless they can attack or they're a shield battery. So any other structure I want to lock onto. Something that's important to kill. I guess that means I'm also locking onto auto turrets. That's fine. Is that fine? Do I want to lock on auto turrets? Maybe. Because if the auto turret's in range of like my SCV line or something, then it's probably a good idea to lock onto it and kill it off. See you, Sig. Have a good one. I think that's it. I don't think there's any other structures that's important to lock onto. Creep tumors. I think I want to lock onto creep tumors. So they're really important to kill. And the lock on gives me more of an opportunity to kill it than just auto attack. What happened? Oh, the game just ended. Watch it again. It's two types of creep tumors. Utils.creep. Tumor types, yeah. How do I structure this so it doesn't look terrible? Okay. So if it's in that list of things not to lock onto, I don't lock onto it. And also I don't lock onto it if it's a structure that can't attack is not a shield battery and is not a creep tumor. Can't attack or it's not a shield battery. No, I had that before. It can't attack or it's a shield battery or it's a creep tumor. Yeah. Okay, we can test that out now. Let's add a breakpoint here to where we actually use the auto attack. See if and when it happens at the right time or not. Coding to get some fembots. Or what does Bender call them? Floozy bots? I can't remember. There's an auto attack, which I'm guessing is going to be this Cyclone. Yeah, that makes sense. And then let's see if it continues auto attacking it, and if it does it pick up a lock when a unit comes around? So good, yeah, it's continuing with the auto attacks. And then goes back to lock-ons. Sweet. Don't like that it runs right up to the building. I know it's safe, but it's not safe forever against dark buildings, because the moment you kill it, you're going to be standing on top of a bunch of broodlings. But Cyclones are as fast as broodlings, right? Maybe not on creep. It's one thing no one knows, I guess, is the move speed of broodlings. I think they're pretty speedy. I'm not sure if they're as fast as speed upgraded Cyclones, though. Yeah, auto attack, nice. And then they lock on. Sweet. That's what I wanted. So before they would lock onto the hatchery, then an army would come and they would just be trying to maintain the lock on the hatchery, which isn't great. Looks like we got a bugged Cyclone. If it doesn't last 2 frames, it's not actually bugged. So it looks like this Cyclone bug's not as common as I thought it would be. It's much more likely to happen in a real game of StarCraft, I guess, because people are always like cycling units through warp prisms and burrowing units and blinking units and stuff that can actually cause the bug. Yeah, nice. Auto attack. And then as soon as the drones arrive, they lock onto the drones. I like it. These Cyclones are not long for this world. It's being hesitant. The lurker unburrowed. Let him get out. No. Yeah, I can't recreate the Cyclone bug. It must have just been a fluke. That one replay I happened to look at had a bunch of bugged Cyclones. I think they believe that there's a lurker right here. I ain't sure if they're right or not, but without a Raven, they'll never know. The one cheating advantage that bots have is that they know which unit is which. So like, if I see a lurker in his army here, I know if it's the same lurker I saw up here or not. It's like all the units are wearing name tags. There's many things missing from the APIs. There's a lot of disadvantages that bots have over humans, but this is one of the advantages we have. So I know the difference between whether the opponent has 4 Tempests or whether I just saw the same Tempest in 4 different places. Okay, whatever. Yeah, so I think that auto attack thing worked. So that means both these are done now. This is an easy one. We'll do this one next. It's probably just some number I need to change. Repair, nope. Go to repair bay. Yeah, so I gotta go get repaired when my health drops to 50. I'm actually not sure how much health Cyclone has. It has less now, right? Health. 110. Actually, 50 sounds like a good number. It's high enough that it probably won't die going back. But it's not too high. Like, you don't want to set it to, like, every time you take damage, you go back to get repaired. You want to stay in the fight for a while. 50's not bad. That's like 40% health. Did seem like they hung around the fights too long, though. Maybe we'll make it like 55 or something. Oh. This is a Cyclone bug that lasted 2 frames. This might be a real Cyclone bug. Where is it? Should be a box over the Cyclone. This guy. This happened to 2 Cyclones on the same frame, which is possible as well. F9. No, they're fine. Never mind. False alarm. Yeah, so we'll make that 55. That's half health. At half health, it goes back to repair. It's like at the beginning of the game, you could probably wait until it goes down to like 30 or something. But when you're facing massive armies, like 55, you could probably get one shot when you're at 55 health. So, and especially as my bot's going to be playing against other bots, then other bots are probably likely to focus fire down the weakest unit. It's better to be more safe than sorry. As bots don't really have to A move, they can be very selective with what they target. Okay, so whatever. Small change, but we'll say that's done. This is a weird one. Might be hard to track down. I'll put that at the bottom. Or awareness of high ground. That's going to be tough to do. Entering splash damage. Let's see about that one. So, I think there's some method in here for deciding when it's okay to enter the opponent's attack range to acquire a lock. Is safe to attempt lock? Maybe this one? So when my Vikings are diving Tempests, I make my Cyclones more Smarter, okay. Anytime I'm locked onto a Tempest, they're willing to go into range. Anytime I lock onto a Thor, I'm willing to go into range. That makes sense. Or if I'm already in range. Okay. So if I'm basically if I'm jumping a Tempest, a Thor, or any unit that's already within 6 range, then it's safe. So otherwise, this is where I care more about. Get position for lock on. Six range plus 1.5 buffer. Target towards Cyclone. This doesn't really make sense. Okay, Cyclone radius makes sense, 6 log range makes sense, and then whatever the radius of my potential target is. Hope I didn't do that for some important reason that I've forgotten now. So basically I'm looking at the position between my Cyclone and basically I'm looking at the point where I'll lock onto the enemy. So like 6 range from the target to my Cyclone. And seeing how safe that target is. So where's the seeing how safe part? Damage at lock position. So if the total possible damage of that position is less than the Cyclone's health. Less than. Yeah, okay. And then it's safe to lock on. So basically can I be one shot at that position? So why am I running into Corruptor Biles? Corruptor Biles do good damage, don't they? Maybe it's something to do with the bile. So bile does 60 damage. So I guess if the Cyclone has like 100 hit points, it says, okay, that's fine. I can go and I can grab the lock by running into a bile. So I think that's the bad logic part. Because just as you can survive the bile doesn't mean you should be eating the bile. So maybe I can use this tag somehow, is persistent damage. There. Yeah, I can look at this map. So void any area that has persistent damage when I'm locking on. Like, don't walk into a liberation zone, don't walk into a storm, don't walk into a nuke. It's persistent damage to ground. That's exactly what I want. This returns a Boolean, right? Do I want to walk into a liberation zone to acquire a lock-on? Maybe I do, though, right? You walk in, you lock onto the Liberator, you walk out. You'd survive that. And you'd kill the Liberator if you lock onto it. And if I'm not willing to do that, will my Cyclones get permanently stopped if they run up on a liberation zone? Like I can imagine like 50 Cyclones are approaching a liberation zone of one Liberator, and they're like, none of us are willing to enter that. Yeah, mines aren't really an effect. This is more dodging effects. So like storms and parasig bombs, although that's not relevant to. Cyclones. I think Cyclones outrange Widow Mines anyway, so it's not an issue. You know, they go up to their 6 range, they lock on, and then they kite back. There's nothing in the API that tells me if a Widow Mine's shooting or what it's targeting, what it's shooting at. So you can't do any fancy split micro against Widow Mines because you don't know when they're attacking or what they're attacking, like humans do. I think this is pretty good though. Not tested, but we'll call it done. Looks like this game ended in a draw. Except I'm still producing like... Yeah, I'm producing 10 units for the Zerg every minute. I never had no money to repair with. And I'm still blowing up. There's still a 1/3 chance to blow up a Cyclone every minute. So I keep destroying my own Cyclones to give the opponent a chance. So I guess the Zerg will eventually win this game. Let's run it again, though. Still trying to recreate that Cyclone bug. Maybe I'll put some logging in my bot when it does. Find the cyclone bug. And then when I throw this bot up on ladder, I'll be able to find a replay where it happened. Alright. Toughest two things for last. Don't be stupid when it comes to high ground. And this, which is hard to recreate. Sometimes the cyclone goes back to a repair bay, starts getting repaired, and it just leaves. And then the SCVs will like chase after the cyclone. That's one other thing too. I went for the cyclone build. One SCV repair for the offensive tanks. Let's do this now, actually. Be nice to have one SCV out there just repairing my tanks, which are mostly stationary targets. So is it this guy? SCV tank supporter? That's probably it. SCV for repairing offensive tanks, yeah. Alright, where's this thing? I want to find an example of this. Hopefully it'll be easy to implement for this cyclone build too. Manage tank repair SCVs. I think I just need to throw this into the cyclone build. And not set this variable for the build? Maybe? Build manager? No. Strategy. Hmm. Where do I do this? Mech Island to offensive tanks. But like, with my normal TVT build, it does it. I didn't see that there. Tank Viking. Do offensive tanks. Oh, there it is. Okay, it is there. So I think all I could do is turn this on for the mass cyclone stuff. Okay, then can we control how many SCV repairs are used? Num offensive SCVs. Ah, that's the one. This is Terran. Just one is fine. Hmm. It's part of strategy. Num offensive SCVs. Oh, it's final. Not anymore. Okay. Versus Zerg. Versus Protoss. Okay. Yeah, I can't recreate this this bug cyclone scenario. Every time it pops up, it fixes itself on the next frame. So I'm either not capturing it correctly or it's a super rare bug. Ooh. Hang on, did we just get lucky? Which cyclone? This one. Doesn't look like it. No, it's just having to do a bunch of cyclones on the same frame. I mean, I guess that's good news. It means this bug is pretty rare. At least in a bot versus a AI, it's pretty rare. Maybe in human games it's different, as humans play different. Let me just check out my cyclones at the moment. Those are all locked on. Oh, these guys. None of them bugged. Yeah, here's the issue. This looks like a Cyclone that left the repair bay. So these SCVs are chasing it. Repair bay is supposed to be right here. Let's look at that repair bay code, see if we can find a bug there. Aren't you canceling that? You are right. Benjamin. Of course it's not happening for multiple frames, because I'm fixing it. Okay, let's remove the fix. Okay. And then it might happen multiple frames. Okay, now if we can create it, then we know our fix worked. Because I haven't been able to find it for multiple games because of the fix. And while we're waiting to see if we can recreate that, let's look at the repair bay code. Just search for the word repair. So setting target position, right? So it should stay in the repair bay at all times if it's not being repaired. Or if it's not full health. So if it requires repairs, or if it's under repair, then it stays at the repair bay. The other thing is, okay, say it's being repaired at the repair bay, and then enemy units arrive. I don't want to just stand there and die. So I think it's correct that it jumps out to like grab if it grabs the lock on or so maybe I need to do two fixes. One, make sure it stays in the repair bay when it's supposed to, and two, it's if it does leave the repair day, make sure my repairing SCVs don't chase it all over the map. Get closest repair bay. Okay, once the base is under attack, it's no longer considered a repair bay. And I think under attack just means, yeah, basically if the enemy is within 15 range of the base, it won't consider it. Somewhere to defend. Or somewhere to repair. How does this work? Under repair, how's that defined? If it's less than 100% health, it's under repair. And if its distance from a repair bay is less than or equal to 3. So basically, if it's in the repair bay and it's not full health, it's considered under repair. Okay, so that looks fine to me. So maybe it left for a good reason. Then maybe let's look at the repair bay SCVs. Maybe there. Maybe they're the issue. So every step I set all the repair bay targets. Which are units of a certain type. The distance to the repair bay is less than 4. Just saying that's 4 here, and I was using 3 for another calculation. Should probably make that constant. But maybe there's a reason I made this one larger. Just to be sure, let's go change it to 4 on that Cyclone. This is 3. Okay, I changed my mind. Does it go back to 3? Anyways, though, bug cyclone scenario popped up. This one here. Oh, it's lasting multiple frames. You can see it's still boxed with a green box there. And is it bugged? Yeah, it's bugged. It says trying to lock onto that spore, looks like. Yeah, totally busted. Oh, it looks like I had more. No, maybe not. Not sure what those guys are doing. These ones probably are afraid of a lurker. I should put the ravens back in this build, just so it's not so busted. Yeah, they definitely think there's a lurker somewhere around here. Maybe that's what this box is for. Whether it's actually there or not. The other problem is the Cyclones kind of get in each other's way. The ones at the front are trying to get back. Actually, they're not trying to get back. They kind of maintain the minimum range. Maybe better if they try to maintain the maximum range. Not sure if that'll put them more in the way of the other Cyclones or less. But maybe once they're locked down, they should try to stay 9 range away. I think I have it coded that they just get as close to the enemy as they can, as long as they're safe. Let's look at it a little bit closer. Losing high ground mission? Bug outs? No. Anywho. Yeah. So I guess I was detecting it correctly the entire time. You guys probably noticed and I didn't. But I just had to remove the fix. So let's record some information here. Let's create a static variable num lock fixes. I can get rid of this now. And whenever we fix the cyclone bug, we'll add to that. And then at the end of the game, we'll print out what the issue how the we'll print out how many times we fix the bug. What am I looking for? Catch bots. On game end. Put in a tag. I can print it out too, actually. Tagging it in the chat will actually mean when I look at AI Arena, I can quickly browse all my replays and see how many cyclone bug fixes there were. Okay, let's look how powerful this bot actually is. Let's turn the Raven back on. 184 to-dos, oh my god. Okay. Where was it? It's gotta be in the Cyclone class. Temporarily bug Cyclone. Yes, that's fine. Okay, the Raven. So that'd probably be in the army. Manager. Oh, that was it. Okay. So that is when to attack based on having a Raven. And then the Raven code itself, I guess that'd be in the build manager. I turned it off. Did I not even put it to do? Nope, I didn't put it to do. That's a good way to never turn it back on again. Okay. And then let's stop blowing up our own Cyclones and giving the opponent better units. So this is against a cheater insane AI Zerg. So that means they have map hack, they get extra money. I can't remember what the third advantage is they get. And then also the highest difficulty AI. And we'll see how it does. It's weird when you run the game this way, you can't click on the minimap to move things around, and you can't scroll the screen. Okay, but it's just kind of fast. So this bot basically just makes a second factory a tech lab. That's to get hyper. You get the speed upgrade for Cyclones and to build tanks. And basically the rest of the money just goes into mass Cyclones and expanding and whatnot. Also get a single starport just for Ravens. That's to give detection and high ground vision. But basically the Cyclones used for everything. The anti-air, anti-ground. One thing we should check to see is if one SCV moves out with the siege tanks. When I do finally go on offense. I think it's waiting for a Raven. There we go. Yeah, and so there's one SCV on the front siege tank there. So that just joins into like just a repair. I feel like having SCVs in the fight to repair Cyclones doesn't work because the Cyclones are always moving back and forth. But for siege tanks, it kind of works. Hmm. There's an issue. So in making it so my cyclones don't lock on to hatcheries, it looks like the cyclones stop moving to the hatchery. Yeah, like, why are they just clustering together? Unless they're not willing to leave the siege tank. Are they protecting the siege tank? I did also change a couple booleans when it came to offensive siege tanks. Which isn't bad if they hover around the siege tank. I think it is. If you draw a line between the siege tank and the hatchery, that's kind of the position that all the cyclones are trying to touch. And once there's a siege up tank, they just don't want to move far from there. Don't think I like that. I mean, maybe it's okay, but the range needs to be increased by a lot. Because I kind of like that the cyclones poke forward and then they'll kite back towards the tanks. Kind of helps protect the tanks more than having them all clustered together to begin with. It's kind of like that line of reserve tanks behind you. And then the other issue is, you know, if the tank's too far away from the hatchery or something, they don't actually fight the hatchery. But very one-sided game. Because of that tank leash, I'm not finishing it, but you can see we maxed out and taking the entire map and loading a ton of resources.
Nevermore.
Okay, let's look at that tank thing. So it was probably do offensive tanks. So somewhere in here, somewhere because of this boolean, maybe in the army manager. That's for repairing SCVs. This is for protecting the tanks from air units. Cover the lead tank. Yeah, this is probably the issue here. Set air target. Hmm. So if there's no air units, I'm setting the air attack position to just in front of the tank. Cyclones can shoot air, so they might be prioritizing that position. I mean, if those are Vikings, that would make perfect sense, right? If there's air targets, you kill the air targets. If there's not air targets, just grant some vision for your lead tank and protect it. But I think Cyclones are getting caught in this method as well. Even for Marines, it would be fine. Hmm. Let's see how the Cyclone moves. How does it decide where to go to? Set target position. Lockdown, repair rate. Otherwise, it uses just the basic. It'll use the attack either position, which is probably based on these two. Okay. So when I have tanks, I'm setting an air attack position, even though there's nothing in the air to attack. And that was for Vikings to take a proper position. But yeah, I need to not use that position for anything they can attack air or ground. So I basically want this condition not to happen if this air attack position is from that cover lead tank thing. Oh man, how do I do this? This is very messy code. The problem with this bot is I was kind of learning how to code as I was writing it. And I also had no idea how large some of these things would become. You know, you just want to make a bot work. You write something that kind of works, and then it just grows and grows and grows. And never really had a plan from the beginning to like how complex some of these decisions get. I guess we can just create another variable. So whenever I set the air target, I'll set this variable to false. And it'll only be true this frame if it's covering the air. And then when this thing gets set, there's no ground targets attack the air position if there's no target attack air position. It's neither of those scenarios. If main base mid position. Okay, this one goes whichever one's closer. So attack the closest. So this position will be whatever's closest to my main base, whether it's a ground position or an air position. So within here, Probably into separate else. Probably be easiest here. If air's position's covering tank, then we're going to use the ground position. So if there's no ground position, attack either is air. If there's no air position, attack either is ground. If the air position is the fake air position, then we attack ground. Actually, this kind of makes logical sense to be a part of this. If there's no air position, or if it's a fake air position, then we attack the ground. So now I think only Vikings will take that position near the tanks. Marines will also push forward. Don't know if that's good or not. But I think it's definitely good for Cyclones. Okay. Give this another try. Catch up on chat a little bit here. Does your bot do repair boosting micro? Is that a thing? It does not. How do you do repair boosting? It does speed mining. So I do boosting with, you can see all these SCVs there. Well, it's too fast. You can't see it, but they're all doing the, removing the deceleration. Is there a way to like spam the repair command where it repairs faster? I remember you found something like that when it came to, what was it, shield batteries or something? I think that was Printf who found that. Oh, does that mean my raid alert didn't work again? That is true. Welcome everyone for Printf stream. You guys are used to looking at spreadsheets, so you can probably handle looking at code as well. It did go off? Okay. Oh, it made, right. I didn't have its own unique music. I think I was using the sub music from it. Or I was just too focused on something stupid. Okay, so that's not the Cyclone sticking with the tanks. That's the Cyclones being afraid of the lurker on the high ground. Okay. So whenever the tanks sieged up, they were sticking with the tanks, and now the tanks are sieging up and they're not. And I think that's better. Tanks are something to fall back to. Cyclones don't need the cover of tanks either. They can do their own fighting and kiting. And if they do get overwhelmed, they'll probably be falling backwards. And if they're falling backwards, then they got the tank coverage. So when I made it so my Cyclones only lock onto structures that can attack, I made it so they weren't locking onto like spine crawlers that were in production. I think I should still lock onto those. Maybe if it's like depowered, like a depowered cannon, I don't think I should lock onto. I should save the lock for something else. But Certainly a structure that's going to be able to attack, like a PF that's upgrading or a... Well, maybe not actually. Because if it's... If the spine crawler's in production, then I want to be locking on to, say, a roach or something. If there's nothing else nearby, auto-attacking the spine is fine. And the moment the spine finishes, then my Cyclone will lock on and get out of range. So it might take like one hit where it doesn't have to, but I think that's okay. Now what are they doing? Oh, they're not willing to step into spine crawler range? Do I need another special case for that, like I do with Thors and Tempest, where they're willing to step into damage? Where do I want to do that? That was where I find a lock target, set lock target. Let me double check this. Were they ever locking onto spines? Did anyone notice? Maybe my Cyclones were never locking onto spines, actually. Maybe that was a bug in my code. Because we did just add that. So I don't... Okay, so these are all the things why I don't. Maybe... Things I don't lock onto. Anything in this list. Or any structure yeah, there's probably a bug here. This is way too complex. Let's break this up. Okay. Okay, so if it's in that list, then it's true right away. Otherwise, if it's a structure and one of these three things is true. And it can't attack or see, the problem is too that my method name's a negative. That's why my brain's not even wrapping around it. These are don't lock targets. So I don't want to lock onto like regular structures. So if it's a structure and it can't attack, I don't want to lock onto it. If it's a structure and it's a shield battery, no. It's a structure and it's not a shield battery. If it's a structure and it's not a creep tumor. Okay, so that means I will lock onto batteries, creep tumors, and any structure that can attack. And can attack, how is that defined? Actually, if the spine's under production, according to this code, it'll still say it can attack. Maybe this method was screwing up? Is it safe to attempt to lock? Is it okay to walk into spine crawler range? So it does have to walk into range and take a hit. Spines do like, what, 20 damage at most? So as long as the Cyclone has more than 20 damage, according to this, it should step in and take the hit. Unless this guy's being set wrong, the persistent damage to ground. I think this should only be for like splash damage and liberator zones. Shouldn't be for spines. Yeah, it's literally just for corrosive bile, nukes, Psystorm. I think that's it. And parasitic bomb. Let me run it again. Yeah, you're definitely right, Ben. But it's just like how I use that. It's replacing a list of things not to attack. So, but this is exactly the reason why you don't make like a negative function. You always make the positive and then put in knots in front of it if you want the negative. Just keeps things simpler in the long run. I can actually, if I see them all hovering around a spine collar and not locking on, I can breakpoint right there. And then I'll be able to find out what the issue is. Let me actually get that ready just in case. Did you guys see what happened there? He kept biling my ravens, and my ravens would move out of the way, and the biles would keep landing on the lurkers. He killed his own lurker about like 3 times. So my raven was just hovering over the lead unit, which was the lurker. And then it keep moving out of the way whenever the biles tried to target down the ravens. There's a funny video from a bot game where I was facing another Terran who likes to use nukes. And I was trying to expand to a base. I floated a command center to that base, but it was already taken by the opponent. Right? So my command center is just hovering over this guy's base. Then he tries to nuke my command center. So he's basically nuking his own base, going to kill his entire mineral line. And then my Raven comes and says like, "Hey, look, there's an enemy ghost they're trying to nuke. And let me interference matrix that." So I matrixed his ghost and ended up saving his base for him. The dumb things the bots do, based on what seems to be good logic, until put into practice. What am I looking for again? Spines, right? This is less a one-sided game this time, actually. I guess because of this high ground, my bot isn't able to finish it as quickly as before. Or because of the, specifically the lurkers on the high ground that my bot's kind of afraid of. If I can detect lurkers, do I want to step into range to lock on? Maybe? I bet I haven't updated my bot to even know what lurker range is anymore. Because no bots really use lurkers. And the lurker range changed not too long ago, right? Like a year or two ago. I really haven't developed this bot much in the last 2 or 3 years. Most 95% of the coding I did on it was when I first made it. Which I guess is like 3 or 4 years ago now. Nasty fungals. Where are you going? Oh. Apparently some Cyclones got to the front there. Yeah, your lurkers are down. Yeah, I didn't see the lock onto the spores or the spines there. Yeah, it's definitely not locking on. Yeah, don't use the negative. I put a not in front of the negative. Okay, I already see the issue. Okay. Let's do what we're supposed to. Let's make this a positive. So this was replacing the never lock targets. No, actually I'll keep it as negative. But we'll fix that. Maybe if I rebuild right now, it'll pick up the change. There we go. Now it's locking onto the spores. Yeah, so it's doing the opposite. Wait, what? Nope, okay, no, that definitely didn't fix what I was meant to do. Now it's only locking onto those. What did I do here? Okay. So we want to filter to these targets only. No, that was right. That's not the double negative. I'm filtering to make sure it's not one of these targets. I should get rid of the don't. Just I should label this better. These are like ignored targets, I guess. So it's less confusing. And if it's any of these types, returns true. Let's put the breakpoint here. No, because there's no spines nearby. Targets to ignore if it's a structure and ignoring if it's a structure. Yeah, my brain just can't get around the negatives. I'm ignoring. These are the targets I want to ignore. Weekend brain. So if it's a structure, I want to ignore it if it can't attack. Or let's check out chat. Gotta refresh my brain. What do I want this list to be? I want it to return true for like hatcheries, pylons, depots, that sort of thing. And I want it to return false for spines, cannons, batteries. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, trying to define that here. If it's a structure, and any of these things are true, then it returns true. So for a hatchery, it's a structure and it can't attack, true. Pylon, structure and it can't attack, true. Depots, structure and it can't attack, returns true. For spines, it's a structure. This is false. A spine is not a battery. That is true, so it'll return true. Okay, that's where the logic flaws here. What am I trying to do here? So I don't even think this should be in here. If it's a structure, excluding shield batteries and excluding creep tumors. Is this right? So for hatcheries, if it's a structure, it's not a shield battery, it's not a creep tumor, and it can't attack, so it returns true. Depot is a structure. It's not a shield battery, not a creep tumor, and it can't attack. So that returns true. For spines, it's not a structure, it's not a shield battery, it's not a creep tumor, but it can attack, so it returns false. For a battery, it's not a structure. It is a shield battery. Okay, I think we finally got it. I can probably put this near too. No, that would be an or. Let's just keep it simple. Let's do it like that. Okay, now the Cyclones performing well. Okay, they're actually shooting units again. That's good. Maybe I'll make sure that they still won't lock onto a hatchery, but they will lock onto a spine or a spore. Why can I not get this? So this is happening. How are we using this? It's returning true for targets. We filter to targets where this is not true. So filtering to these guys. That makes sense. Yeah, the breakpoints don't work anymore because I rebuilt. One of these is where the line should be. It's wherever the line used to be in my code. um, okay, spore crawler right there. I can't really walk through my code though. It's a problem. So what does spore crawler return for this? True. Why? Spore crawler can't attack? What? We still looking at Spore? Okay, so Spore Crawler. It's not a changeling. Not a bunker. Oh, this is a way deeper error than I thought. I forgot I found this one. My can attack command is wrong. This is saying if the unit's not powered, return false. That only makes sense for Protoss structures. Okay, this is a big deal. I wonder how much I use this method. Right, changes can attack. Bunkers we assume it can attack because the API can't tell whether a bunker's full or not. And if the opponent's race is Protoss, I might use this for my own units. Does the unit have a race? I feel like it does. I don't see it. Like faction, race. What the heck would the method be called? I need to find the race of this unit. What the hell would it be? Field cross radius. Display type. No. Alliance. There it is. That's not exactly it, but that can work. It's an enemy unit. Because my bot doesn't play Protoss. And,
Target acquired.
oh, I gotta look in the unit type data. Yeah, that's probably less readable code. I'll just keep it like this. Okay. It's the enemy and it's Protoss and it's a structure and it's not powered. Then we return false. Otherwise, we just look to see if this unit type contains a weapon. Okay, I'm really glad we found this. Locking on the spines. Roach is good. Or looking into drones and roaches. Let's see what happens with the spines. Nope. I still don't like them. Alright, the enemy unit is a spore. It's returning false for the spore. Still. It might be that it just didn't pick up my changes. I'm trying to change things while it's running. Let's look inside this method again. Yeah, that didn't refresh correctly. Because it went to the next line of code and came back, so it's not picking up my new code changes. Let's just restart. Meanwhile, what else were we working on? What do I need to do? The one SCV repair for the offensive tanks, that works now. Drink splash, lock on. Yeah, all that stuff we've tested out. The rest I might leave for another day. Because this stuff's going to be much more nuanced. I just realized my chat has scrolled up. So I missed like the ton of messages. Probably people give me advice here. Yeah, I see Ben's doing it. I totally missed it. Hey, I'm gone. How's it going? All right, locking onto drones, not locking onto the hatchery, not locking onto the assimilator. This is all correct. This is what I wanted. Locking onto the broodlings. That's good. Will it lock onto the spore? Yes. Nice. Lock onto that spore. Drones. Lock onto the spore. And that spore. Okay, I think we got this fixed. But the one thing we didn't get from that can attack method, which is now working finally, is I don't think I want to lock on to structures that can attack but are still producing. I think it's fine not to lock onto them until they're done. Because auto attack does just as much damage. And if there's anything else around I can lock onto, I think that stuff should be priority. Oh, this is weird. Don't believe the yellow line. That's just something my bot draws. They think that they're locked onto that, but they can't actually do it. They can see the unit, but it's high ground. I think I have code to figure that out. So it doesn't show up as a snapshot in the API. But he must have been like right on the cusp of where I thought I had a vision of it, but I didn't. It's kind of hard with ramps. Okay, so yeah, I also don't... Right, so I want to ignore it if the structure can't attack or it's not complete. Enemy.unit. Get build progress. The number between 0 and 1. I guess technically maybe I should lock onto it if it's just about to complete. No, forget it. It's less than 1. Since I've struggled with this method so much, let me just double check this. So these are targets I want to ignore. So I'm ignoring structures that can't attack. Or structures that can attack, but aren't complete. Yeah, that's fine. The other thing is, I'm not sure where I use this method, probably in tons of places. But should I consider like a spine crawler in production as a unit that can attack? Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe this method should handle it. Cyclone, Ghost, Marauder. It's actually not using that many places. Yeah, maybe I'll actually put that into that method itself. I don't think I need to specify structures. The units in production, it won't even show up. The structures, yeah, it's going to only apply to structures anyways. So what about bunker in production? Yeah, I think I should do it first. Anything in production. Weird thing is changelings have a weapon in the API too. Like if it's a marine changeling, the API thinks the marine has a gun. Even tricks the framework as well. Really good changeling. It's still building. It obviously can't attack. Bunker is a weird edge case. Unpowered structures is an edge case for Protoss. And yeah, okay. Okay. I think I'm more or less done here. Let's run this bot against another race. See how it holds up. So I'll probably be popping this on ladder soon. The bot only ladder, that is. Can't put it on BattleNet. Let's try it against Protoss. Double check the build order too, make sure it's not hitting supply blocks or anything. First factory gets the reactor. Oh, there's a supply block actually. 31 to 31. That's kind of okay. Everything was... Yeah, I'm okay with that supply block because I think it didn't actually block. There's only two structures that could be producing stuff, and they're both producing. I actually like when builds are that clean, where you approach a supply and you don't have to put it on a supply depot because like everything's upgrading or putting on add-ons. There's an old build back in Wings of Liberty. It was like that, where you like sit on a supply block and you don't actually get supply blocked because it just happens to be the point where you're upgrading an orbital and swapping a barracks and building a reactor and stuff like that. Oh, that got run over. Rip siege tanks. Yeah, hesitant Cyclones versus long-range Colossus isn't looking to be that awesome for my bot. Good, they lock onto cannons. One thing I've never built into my bot is any concept of if I destroy a pylon, what will it depower sort of idea. And then you can put some sort of priority into killing certain, like Artosis pylons and stuff. Sometimes there's like 5 batteries on one pylon, and I kill the 5 batteries, when it would have just been better to kill the one pylon instead. Speaking of 5 cannons on one pylon. Driver Stern. An attack bug fix some edge case that causes it to shoot up the ladder. The damage one's moving to the back. When the Cyclone drops below 55 health, it'll go back to one of my bases to get repaired. But how they stack up as a group, they don't really consider their own health for that. It says every Cyclone acts independently. They're all trying to grab a lock on, so they'll often get in each other's way. My bot doesn't even have the concept of an army. It's really just a whole bunch of units that have similar objectives, we'll say. But like when the Cyclone goes to attack, it doesn't know that it's with 20 other Cyclones or by itself. It'll do the same actions no matter what. Oh, Cyclones versus Bio, that's gonna be rough, huh? Cyclones versus Siege Tanks isn't great either. So the Cyclones are afraid of the high ground because they knew there were Siege Tanks there last I looked. I think that's it. Yeah, those cheater AIs get quite a lot of resources at the start of the game. So it usually has a good army size lead, but just with some efficient trading and a giant economy behind it, doesn't last for very long, that lead. All right, that's good enough for now. Let's throw this bot up on the ladder. So I think I'm hard coded to use this strategy at the moment. Let's switch that back. Da, 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 da. How is this game not over? Um, I feel like I haven't coded my Cyclones to search and destroy when it gets to this point of the game. That's important. You want to be able to finish the game. You don't want to have a floating structure in the corner screw up the bot. Of course, I guess the other thing with this strategy is I don't actually build any Vikings, so if it's literally floating in a corner, it would work. So let's see if we can find that issue. Let's look at the Marine for an example. Let's look for the word random. Trying to find an example of when I scatter my units around the map to look for stuff. Get random pathable position. This is probably the one. So it's a random position, and then I double check that it's pathable. Okay. Basically that a ground unit can stand on it. It's a static method. Weird. Okay, let's just look at the Cyclone. How does it get the target position? This is the basic one. Falls into that. I mean, my bot did say finish him, so it's in that. No, it's never going to hit that else block. I think this is null in that spot. No, it's never going to be null. Yeah. Yeah, I forget. Problem for another day. Let's upload this guy. I think there's a new season out. Let me download the data. And then we'll actually delete the data. Start from scratch. The data kind of like remembers what strategies works well versus other bots and stuff like that. So I'll start with that from scratch and then let's create the jar file.
Target acquired.
Hmm? That work right? Yeah, okay. And we upload. But saved. Nice. Now let's join the new season, if there is one. Edit. No. Where do I do this from? Nope, not here. Profile? Here. Competitions. Wait, what?
Target acquired.
Is there no ladder going on right now? Preseason. This would be the one, right? Yeah, there's Eris killing everyone with his 90% win rate. So why couldn't I join that? Ketrock. Competitions. Oh, I'm already in the preseason. So what I gotta do, just activate. Okay. I think that did it. Awaiting entry. There we go. Sweet. Yeah, people are often making ML bots. They're never good. Because to make them good costs a ton of money. I forgot I had food here. But there are scripted bots that make certain decisions based on machine learning. And bots like that have actually gotten pretty high up on the ladder. At the moment, I don't really know. I know all these bots up to about here. I don't know who Perilous is, Zigster, Dadbot. And then once we get into the next, like the lower division, if there are ML bots, are probably here. I don't know who that is, or this, or that, or this, or that, or this. Like, there's so many. Because I've kind of been not following the scene much at all. These are house bots, so you don't have to worry about those. Yeah. 27 turtles. Didn't we just pass 27 turtles? No, 72 tortoises. Okay, very different. Replicator. Dems Toss. Yeah, I don't know any of these guys. Nita. Way SC2. But if they're at the bottom of the ladder, there's a good chance that they're machine learning. They're either a scripted bot that someone just started, or they're machine learning bot. There's 3 bots that I know of in machine learning that did well. One was, none of them are in this AI arena, but one was Alpha Star. There was a company from, I feel like it wasn't Korea, some Asian country, probably wasn't China, maybe Japan. I think there's a Japanese company called Titan or something, and they produced maybe it was Chinese actually, and they produced an ML bot that looked as good as Alpha Star to me. And then there's another guy who worked for a company that does machine learning, and he was able to use like, I think 50 of their GPUs just for his own personal use. So he trained a bot that only plays ZVZ and it only plays it on one map, but he was actually able to spend a ton of money, or, you know, what would have cost a ton of money, but it's a lot to do with his company to train it up really high. And that's the only like personal ML bot that's been pretty strong. It didn't beat any pros, but it looked good against pros. We'll put it that way. Titan X, Korean. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. At one point, Titan X kind of took over AI Arena too. Were you there for that, Draken? It was a giant shit show. They like funded it and they were going to promote it, create streams, and have a tournament series. So they took over the tournament scene, and it all sounded like it was going to be good. But then like they're only casting it in Korean, and they were forcing all this stuff on us, and it's like nothing that any of us wanted in the community, and they weren't even talking to us, but they took over, and it's like, and eventually we got rid of them. Maybe it wasn't AI Arena, maybe it was SC2 AI before the merger. Yeah, I think it was with Crip. But for a moment, it felt good. It's like, oh, we're getting sponsorship and some coverage. I think we even volunteered to cast it in English, and then they wouldn't let us. So our own community tournaments, we didn't get an English cast for. Fallout with one of the organizers. Yeah, so here's the little behind the scenes, which I don't have a story for, but I have enough to make it interesting. At one point, AIarena.net, if you went to this website, you didn't get the website. You just got a message that said, like, I will not participate in a community run by racists. That's what the website said. So as one of the people working with AIarena.net, and I guess he didn't like one of the other people who joined. And so he just kind of left and he put that up. And that caught everyone by surprise. But then the guy who was there, he was helpful in the community. He created like the map analysis tool. He was friendly in chat. But they started posting random stuff on YouTube from like those like alt-right YouTube channels. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is probably the racist that the guy was referring to. And eventually he got like kind of kicked out of the scene because like not even for spamming, like not even for like sharing alt-right videos, but just for sharing videos that had nothing to do with StarCraft 2 bots. It's like, why are you even putting this on our Discord? And then the other guy came back. The one who hijacked the website. But I don't know. I was just trying to make Cloak Banshees work at the time, so I just remember it because I went to the when I went to upload my bot. It's like, oh, I can't. Something's different about this website now. Kind of proud of the way that my bot calculates where to put these missile turrets. Every base has a different layout, and it still always seems pretty decent. The placement. I don't think it would trap a worker here, but that's a potential too. Well, I'm done with the coding part of the stream. Do I want to play StarCraft? And I feel like if the answer is yes, it's probably not right now. So I think I'm going to host someone else, and I might be back later tonight. I'm guessing not, but I might. Who to host? Don't think I've ever hosted either of these two people. Agent Slang.
I mean, I was
Playing 3v3s. This person playing 1v1s. Is it English? It's English. Sure, why not? Alright. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Well, next time we stream, we'll find out how good the bot's doing on ladder nowadays. With the new Cyclone shenanigans. Alright, have a good one, guys. I'm out of here.